I had to say it. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 2. Now, I know we wanted to have a recap of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 1. I think it's kind of needed, because it's been a couple years. Hi Dots, hi Steven. Unfollowed. E-tier, you like that kind of humor, don't even. Okay, so Great Ace Attorney Chronicles 1. What we remember is you're good, Steven. At the end of the game, they decrypted a letter that had Kazuma's name in it. I don't really remember what the context of it was, just that someone was looking for him or something. Just go case by case and try to remember what you can. Okay, so first case...
Meow.
First case was, the really sassy lady who they made it look like Naruhodo shot the guy. It was like a professor, right? And Kazuma was our defense. Ooh. Okay. Kitty cat. Your claws are so sharp. Kazuma was our defense. We got out of it. It wasn't us, right? There was a guy there lying, like a military guy.
I've been waiting for this.
Second case was on the boat. It wasn't even really a case. Kazuma died on the boat, allegedly. And it was the girl with from Russia, right? She was escaping some bad dude that was in Russia. She was like an ice skater or something. And then the third chapter... The third chapter was... The carriage, no? The carriage in the park, maybe my favorite case of the game. Where the guy inside was killed by the freaky guy that looked kind of like Uncle Sam. And it was all set up and he was paid off. He like paid the witnesses to not, or to, like, to testify falsely, something like that. Fourth case, was that the weird poet guy? Right, he burned up at the end of the case, yeah. The weird poet guy who was like living in that other guy's mansion, and then he got arrested, so we had to talk to him while he was in jail. Hi, Kevin. She was just being very affectionate. Yeah, she's in a lovey-dovey mood. Right, Soseki Natsume, the guy that was based on a real-life person. And what was his thing? He wrote a poem about, like, a cat or something, right? Your favorite character, Maid-chan? Yeah. Do I remember the maid? I do remember the maid. I Am a Cat. Right, it was called I Am a Cat, which is, yeah, that's the Kevin book. Okay, and then the fifth case was the one where, what's his name? Sholmes got shot, right? And it was those burglar brothers and the hot guy that looked like Eligos. Am I skipping a case? No. And the country girl, the country bumpkin girl was like very suspicious. What? Uh-oh. Light switch mode is physically attacking you. I like leaving it like this because I've always associated Nintendo with this bright white stuff ever since, like, the Wii. I'm missing the case of the Bumblebee Princess. Well, luckily that's locked away in another separate hell. So yeah, that's what I remember from the first game. And at the end, I need a recap. What was the name of the Eligos guy again? Because I really liked him. I don't remember what happened to him. And I remember the jury member with the Morse code who was obsessed with him, and she was extremely iconic. Ashley Graydon, right? His name was Ashley, which that still bothers me a little bit. Right. K Asogi, so Kazuma, obviously. A Shin, no idea. T Gregson, J Wilson. Yeah, none of those other names really mean much to me. Although, wait a minute. Pink-haired girl. Little girl, pink hair. What's her name? She had a missing father. Wait, is her father the one that died in the first trial? I can't remember. Yeah, the genius, the, like, mechanic girl. Yeah, I, like, kind of remember her. There was something there. We debated telling her all game long, and then just kind of didn't. Right, because we were upset. And Susato was gonna leave to go back to Japan, and then she didn't, right? And it was really sweet. I remember being upset at their, like, when they were acting like they weren't gonna see each other again, and I was like, oh, Susato. Susato did leave at the end of the game? I thought she was with us during the final scene. Oh, we meet her at the docks to see her off. That's what it was. Right. The father got sick. Okay. So, if we are picking up from that scene, then we are still at the docks with Susato, and she's going back to JP. So she was there for the Morse code thing, because I kind of specifically remember her. Yeah, this was... We did Ace Attorney... was it early 2023? It was like late 2022, 2023? Has it only been a year? Is that possible? I think it was 2021, 2022. I played this in 1934. Yeah, thank you. But I'm actually gonna check. Collections... I think it was 2021 to 2020. Oh my god. Yeah. This was late 2021 and early 2022, so it's been 2 years. Ooh, my memory, I still got it. I still got it. I was doubting, I thought my memory was, like, expiring because I can't remember the names of a lot of Pokemon anymore. But there's, like, 1,000, so I feel like I should cut myself a break. I remember more than you did. Guys, before I click play, Kevin did just get home. I hate to do this. I'm gonna be gone for another 5 minutes, and then I'll start in 5 minutes, okay? So if there's anything else you gotta tell me about GAA1 that I might have glossed over, get that together, and when I come back, we'll review and start. So just a sec. Okay, consider us caught up with Kevin, and it is time to begin our shenanigans.
Yay!
So, final thoughts. I'm gonna start loading up the game so we have the background music, but any final words that you guys want to include? I've heard basically nothing but good things about this game, so I'm excited. Can't wait to spend more time with Mr. Naruhodo. I need to decide on a new Susato voice since I'm not doing this voice ever again. Mr. Naruhodo crying masculine tears. So do I just hit continue? I thought they were separate games. My final words are, I'm glad Inescapable is over. Yeah, I think... There we are. Yeah. Inescapable had some good moments, but for the most part... Resolve. Geo was gay and that was iconic. Agreed. I can't believe they made Geo gay. They did, Cortex. But not Don. Debatable. M3. M3 to you too, Steven. Oh, it's Susato!
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream.
Is that supposed to be her voice?
I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
Mm-hmm.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you.
Oh, her father died.
My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned.
Or is it Kazuma?
And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home. So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Susato?
So please, I ask for your guidance.
Oh.
Kazuma-sama.
Okay. So... Interesting. The culprit from the first case is the one that's the victim? 13th August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendants, Antechamber 3. Yeah. Here I am after 9 months, the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Ah, good, you're here. I remember this guy, Miko Toba. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. I'm glad you decided to change Susato's voice. I was thinking she'd probably kill you in this case with the original voice. Oh, this is her dad. Okay, I forgot about that. Thank you. He looks like Stephen. Oh, it's the mustache. But you look white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish I'd never been born. Your mom said it looked ugly. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Eugene Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Would I be correct in thinking that you are to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Ray Membami. Born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory, helping my father. Remember me. I forgot that they love their name puns in this game. More like gay. That's it, she's the culprit. Got her. So are they, wait a minute, are they referencing the female lead in the first Ace Attorney? Her name is Mai, isn't it? So, like, remember me? I look just like that bitch Mai. Or is it May, even? It could be... no. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh, well, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? That's a very Naruhodo response of her. And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness. I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. What? Wait, what? She doesn't know her own friend? Wahaha! It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes. I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that... No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you! You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University, a male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Yeah, we'll just lie about our identity in a court of law. That seems totally okay. Ah, okay, Dots.
I'm just cosplaying.
Never before in my life have I
just
felt so
cosplaying.
frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom, despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. I was about to bring up all the cases in the last game, and then I remembered that they were actually in England and not Japan, except for the first case, so interesting. But women are forbidden! Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato! You go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already, and yet just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray, please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just... Ugh, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I'm pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Sato? You do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant! Counsel! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this? Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case. Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. What's she doing? Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Mr. Naruhodo! I love Ryunosuke. Okay, 9 a.m. Look at Susato. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Rei Membami. Oh, not this guy again. Oh god, he has the Oxlot's hair now. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
I'm strong.
Defense Counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready! Ah yes, Counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo, is that correct? Not using his name almost. Sorry? Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, Counsel? Yes, that's right, that's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, she looks fun. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be... You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right, Ryutaro has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them? Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy. How dare you? Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. Right, we need the... Yeah, she's a bad traitor. I won't have you making fun of her. Her? Oh, Please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. What? Okay. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. This same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? Alright, it's time to prove myself. No. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Whew. That is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are... want to blank. What is this joke?
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record. Yes. The answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right. Press R to open court record. Then you need to flip to the people section with R. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
Alright, check the court record with R. It's where the information I need will be. Ray Membami. Giselle Brett. Yes, okay, so this was the bad one, and that's the silly prosecutor. Okay. Got it.
I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case?
Giselle Brett.
Yes!
I love how she's using all of
Yes.
his animations and everything. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was visiting a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Time of death, just after 2 p.m. Death is believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound was identified. Victim of the case, who was a former British exchange student 9 months ago, she was found guilty of murder of visiting professor Dr. John Wilson. Right, and that's Iris's father. Okay. Yeah, she was amazing. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman's student persona was the face of Queen Victoria, a killer.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed, and the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikutoba. Yes, I was indebted to that man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Right, so... It's interesting that they were both British. So Giselle killed him and tried to make it look like a Japanese student did it, maybe to drive, like, a rift between the two countries' relations, but why would she do that? Because it's her home country. Maybe she just hated the Japanese. And then somebody killed her, which is even more like, oh, interesting. Also, would she not go to jail? I mean, she was convicted of murder, so where was she killed? How was she killed? I guess she could have gotten stabbed. There was a big plot thing about that, like in the last game, where there's going to be. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. About how she wouldn't face justice in Japan. Oh, and would be sent somewhere else to face another trial. I remember that, yes, okay. A student of Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Then his boyfriend was there and whooped all of our asses. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. Zephyr. And exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Ifrit! Thank you for the Prime sub and 52 months. I hope you are enjoying. We are playing one of Stephanique's favorites. Oprah's in the chat. Amazing. Rise up! The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Okay, that's interesting. So wait a minute. What was just said exactly? The date of her transfer to Shanghai. So she hadn't been tried in the British court in Shanghai yet. And then she was killed before she could be on trial. Right? So, obvs, it's a cover-up. They had to silence her. Only the day before? That will do. I'm satisfied with the that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. By the way, Steven, and Dots, and any other Ace Attorney fans, I talked about this a few days ago, but there is a Ace Attorney-inspired courtroom visual novel that I saw on Steam that actually, excuse me, had really good reviews and seems good.
And it clearly is modeled after Ace Attorney, but has its own story. I am actually going to defer to the lists, because I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but it is on the lists. It is called Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. It's entry number 158, if you wanted to find it on the list.
It's called The Woman.
Pink Friday 2. I'm JK. Never heard of it. Interesting. I'll have to consider picking it up. Yeah, definitely check out the Steam page, because it has good reviews, which is generally a good sign. A game like that, like, I feel like if an Ace Attorney fan played it and then had feelings, they would share it for the world to see on the Steam page. So the fact that it has many, many good reviews coming from people that play these games makes me curious. Oh! Thank you, Your Excellency. I see the MC is also a Pangy character. Yeah. That, I mean, it caught my eye, you know. Henceforth, they will be known as Fables characters, thank you. Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. She was doing neither. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. There were two persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt that the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. Yeah, I guess that's it. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Alright, so you have to tell us why you were there, Ray, and then we'll go from there. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about the bathing spot, being alone together. Membami-san? Yes? What is it, Susa? I mean, Naruhodo-san? I'm really starting to wish we'd made an alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion. That's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No!
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have the opportunity to dispatch her again. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. Prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tactics like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you. Oh dear. This is really terrifying, but Father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... if I may, Prosecutor Ouchie. What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ah, my apologies. Clearly, my modernity has confused my poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's... No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had to, all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing would go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said don't look at me! It was that young student girl who did it, not I! No one has proved that yet. I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. At this stage, I need to gather more information, I think. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about... a powerful motive. You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. But tut-tut! Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter, let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? Well, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? Well. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her being determined... Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions, seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you would be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. Okay. I know, the poor bird. So is that a mannequin in the back? Or like a coat rack? Is that a dress on it? Like, what is that? Also, she has a pen in her hand. And wine. As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. Okay. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally, the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Okay, wait a minute. Wasn't there a police detective, in the first game? What was his name? I remember Cortex liked him. He, like, pretended to be a server on the boat. Very well, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, have been waiting for this moment. Hosonaga, that was his name. It'll be funny if it's the same guy. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irrelevant little student boy utterly humiliated me. Right. The headband flowing is amazing. I forgot about that. So anime. Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died. Start of your own mini-Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Counsel? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the ouchie growth. You see? You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. I
think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence! Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you, and my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. What a weirdo. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. Looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. The prosecution and the defense has much to lose. A haircut is hardly comparable to Rei's life. I knew it! Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Why is he here? Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat. A sensational success by Soseki Natsume. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needed to be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence, but all of you please relax. Call me Soseki. Even. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's a disguise, isn't it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well. He has a turtle on his head. I actually didn't notice it. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. What business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikutoba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leaves me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. The Soseki Natsume article has been entered. Okay, so a newspaper containing an article about a discussion between my father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. Anyway, following my interview with the professor... Oh dear. So it doesn't actually, say anything. Oh my god, the cat. I thought it would actually have details.
The lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance, and the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Satoru. Gojo. No. Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
I see the turtle now.
It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But unfortunately, I am at peak physical fitness. Oh, but fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment. So, I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. As he starts bleeding again.
Oh my, Inspector, well, you have something on your face now.
Did you get a dinner break?
Yeah, we're just kind of laying the groundwork for the case right now. We've already had 2 repeat people as witnesses, so that's fun.
Hopefully dinner was good. Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father?
Oh shit, that wasn't him talking.
No, unfortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place.
Oh yeah, what'd you have, Steven? I think we're doing soup for dinner.
Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation.
But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight.
Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am.
His eyes twitching. Okay. While I was off eating, you asked about an Ace Attorney-esque game. Yes, well, there was one that it was advertised to me on Steam, so I wanted to bring it to your attention. It's the last, if you pull up the list, it's the last game, on the... Yeah. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. So I can't press yet, huh? I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a paterwall from behind me. Attorney of the Arcane, I've never heard of it. Yeah, you should check it out. It has good reviews, and it's heavily inspired. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. You bet. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand. She was stabbed wildly. Oh. If that's true, that's really bad. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Oh, well, that can't be right. Only a single wound was identified. Bloodblade. Bloodblade Ray. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, it was damning evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it?
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant!
No! Oh my god, this outfit.
That fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. She's just down. I don't understand. The prosecutor, Ouchie, of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Counsel of the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san!
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witness's testimony to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Alright, I think I already know the trip-off. Okay, on the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
Hold it!
Is that jaunty... in that jaunty disguise? It looks so good on him. Correct. Wait. No! I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day. And this tried and tested outfit was the answer. Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water. But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there?
And it made you late arriving on the scene, I think. Perhaps you had your priorities wrong. Ahem.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. Yeah, we love Mr. Turtle.
Hold it!
Ah, you're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Soseki-san? In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Yeah! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so. Seki-san wasn't at all like this in England. Anyway, I spun around at the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze. Yes, the beach hut. The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Yeah, he's a little obnoxious in his current state. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand. Ah, I can imagine that was rather embarrassing for you. Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise. Ran to the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. The young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. Yeah, I'm curious about that. Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it. Oh, indeed. The terrible specter, the Terrapin Inspector, the bloody torrent, the author's torment. Ugh! Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream? Oh, no. No. What are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you. I wonder if I might interject here, Suseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression, or your words just now, I believe. Ah, so do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described? No, I mean, yes! I mean, I know what I saw! My ears didn't deceive me when I heard the scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial. You can see Hosanaga's butt, and I'm kinda here for it. It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn. I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press the author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become. Oh dear, how awkward. Awful. Saw blood on the blade and it proved that she'd been stabbed multiple times.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that? Very simply, from the blood on the blade. The blood? When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air. Yes! Yes, that's right! I saw it too! Oh. And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. Well, doesn't that mean she could have stabbed once and then was going to stab a second time? Also, I'm thinking that somebody else lodged the blade in her and What's-Her-Face took it out. That seems more plausible. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene.
Here it comes! Thunder!
Yes! Yes, that's right! Hi, Natalie. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand, too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly. Yes! Yes, that's right! I saw it too! Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese. Yeah, I know. Hosonaga looks good in his, swimsuit. The logic of your argument is sound, at least. I don't understand this, this argument. He changed his statement from... They were stabbed multiple times to they were stabbed at least once. That's not the same. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Yeah, I think it's fun that they brought him back too. Soseki, though, they could leave him. I would rather not see him again, actually. I didn't like him. His case was my least favorite in the first game. Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly. That's just my personal opinion, of course. Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness. Oh no, I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here, wide-eyed and mute. Goodness, my dear. Really must try to calm down. But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency with what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie. What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion even. Hey, Ja. Ah, a delusion. What's important is that we determine the truth. And there's only one way to be sure to do that. Yes, with evidence, of course. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can press R to pick a piece of evidence and present for consideration. You will need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency we're looking for. Alright, I'm gonna use the multiple thing. The multiple stab against what it says in the record that she was only stabbed once. Once you have identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with X. And the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure. Yes! Alright then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task. Don't forget that you have the witnesses repeat... You can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember, so those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl. You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start. Alright, Hosonaga, I'm coming for you. Oh, hello, Trash. How's it going? Damn right, this is not Pal World. Have you been playing? Okay. I am presenting. Only one single wound was identified.
Objection!
Objection! That accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. This is our first episode, by the way, of Great Ace Attorney 2. And we kind of jumped right into a trial. You're gonna be on the hype train for a bit. That's totally fair. I hope you enjoy it. And it's only $30. I was really praising the game earlier today on stream because I'm like, they are selling this game for $30, and that is commendable. Okay. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. That's why I got it, $30, pretty surprised. Yeah! I think it's a good price range that, like, if somebody sees the game and is, like, on the fence, they will spend the $30 because it's not that expensive. It's not a full price game. You said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Saseki-san, me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes! Yes, I did! Wildly! But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way that there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Oh, true! And what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, your excellency, there's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Excellent work, Susato! You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in the first trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. Right, there were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the knife weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back to where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Yes, going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. Truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so that she could save her life? According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Ha! Did you hear that, Your Excellency?
It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness.
I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Slipshod? An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Oh. Let's not forget, the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Is what you said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until the doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, nice, Dots! Where is it posted or published? Oh, I see. This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Oh, nice, Dots. That's great. I know you said you finished it not too long ago.
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? She could have pulled out the knife. Could she have pulled out the knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend actually have...
Sato!
Yes?
Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here.
Ah!
Counsel, it is time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify an issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterward.
Okay. Oh, okay, this one could be hard. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Okay, here we go. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it could be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Move it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Ugh. Back to the witness's testimony, please. That's basic knowledge to any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... Clearly, the defendant, Rei Membami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. You think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Dear, that recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. Or maybe she did it because she's a medic and she knew what precautions to make. How about that? In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim.
Hold it!
But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear. Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Let's not forget that the young student did have motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities.
Clearly the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Susato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. Ah, I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So, if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence of the court record? It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? Hey, Diamond. Yeah, we started Great Ace Attorney 2 today. We played Great Ace Attorney 1 2 years ago already. And we are kind of trudging through the first case already. This case is actually very interesting. So, basically, this woman who's super iconic, she had a swan on her hat. She was from Great Britain, and she was found murdered in a beach house. Oddly enough, she was actually the culprit from the first case in Great Ace Attorney 1. She murdered an English professor at a Japanese university and made it look like the MC, who's this cutie, she made it look like he did it. However, you play through the trial, and it comes to light that you are not the one that's guilty, and it's actually Swanhead. And apparently they couldn't actually punish her because she's in a foreign country, and she only answers to the political system of the country that she is from. Thanks for spoiling me! Wha-bam! I'm explaining. So anyways, this ties in super closely, so I have to. I'm sorry. So we are playing as the assistant character of the main character. However, because she is a woman in a Japanese court of law, she is not allowed to be a lawyer. So she is dressed up as a man, and her judicial assistant is her father, who's like a professor at the university in Japan. So she's pretending to be the cousin of the main character and defend her friend, who is the defendant. So basically, her friend is a medical student and is being accused of murdering this British lady with the duck on her head. Yeah, her name is Remember Me. Remember Me. Anyways, yeah, so we're trying to get the details of the case. Apparently, Homegirl is found dead on the floor inside the beach house. They heard a scream, and they found the defendant with a knife raised, dripping with blood. We're thinking it's because she removed it from the defendant. I'm sorry, from the victim. There's spilled wine on the floor, which is interesting. Right, this is the friend that is being accused. Around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination and witness statements. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim in both eyes. Pupil constriction? What does that mean? She got veiny eyes?
Aw, that's cute that they do this. This is the interview with you and Saseki-san, is it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moments his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. This is the newspaper from Saseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Okay, well, the wine was poison. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen? It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As embarrassing as this is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Think of it. There was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project. Ray? She was managing it? What's written here is true. It means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it! God, not another nail in Ray's coffin. I need to read this article very carefully. Interesting. We take off the pen's lid. Nothing appears obviously out of ordinary here, does it? RM initials are very clearly engraved here. The fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence for this case. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Oh, is there poison? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib. Is something wrong, Father? It's that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one. It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Ta-da! Alright. We just examined the shit out of this. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, starting with impaired breathing, ending with acute contraction of the pupils. Dun, dun, dun! Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. Alright. We got it. Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with A. Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again, and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll start right away. So, okay, I'm not sure where I should present that, though. I don't really know what I'm presenting or what it counters. Pulling a blade from the wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. Okay. Right. So they're just looping the last dialogue that we read. Okay. So let's try again, and we're gonna present it, I guess, when he says it, she pulled out the knife. Pulling away from a wound without thinking. Cause heavy. I see, this is good evidence, but I don't know how it plays into what he's talking about. It's kind of not related. Basic knowledge any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. I think this is what I'm supposed to present against. Okay, I'm gonna use the poison article and hope that this is right.
Objection!
No. There is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? What year is this story set in? Oh. I want to say the 1800s? Sometime in the 1800s? Or, no, I guess maybe it could be early 1900s. I mean, yeah, because, like, Japan is, having visitors from the outside world, which didn't happen for a long time. So maybe this is, like, Meiji-era Japan. 1860s. Japan has a lot of things. It's here in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume unit.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But
Prosecutor Ouchie, we will let the defense speak.
but a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency! Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article, where it says... Why is the poison being developed? Is the title. According to the article, the development of the poison was requested by the military.
Yes, a troubling revelation indeed.
Oh, it's very worrying. And yet, even more worrying is how this yokel is trying to manipulate the court with nothing more than rumors. But I feel sure Ray had a good reason for her actions. And I feel sure the explanation is somewhere in this newspaper article. Try reading the article again. What? But it is that part, because it says the thing about the eyes. And she has the eyes. Okay. That the poison was stolen, I guess. Is that the angle? The poison was apparently stolen from a medical research laboratory at Yume University.
Yes, it would seem so. Calling the department's security practices into question.
The very department of the professor standing so nonchalantly opposite me, I believe.
Ryutaro,
Oh, yes, Father?
was there some reason you felt it necessary to highlight the fact that the theft occurred in my department?
Yes? Explain it. It was the first detail I cast my eye over, I suppose.
Suggest you read the article again? Seriously?
I'm very surprised. This seems like the least important. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. Even when the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting if the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade, okay, that makes sense, as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense! Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was a hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Oh, please! This is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with the case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko? Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? Want grounds? I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly. From your expression, Counsel, it would appear that those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, will you please present proof to the court now? What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
Take that!
How exactly would you explain this piece of evidence's connection to the newspaper article? In truth, I'm not really sure. It is the article! What are you talking about? Oh my lord. Alright, that was wrong. Okay. Sorry. Maybe I'll do the pen instead. So... yes, okay. So the liquid inside... I could also use the post-mortem report. Yeah, I'll try the post-mortem report, since it mentions the eyes.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis even. Pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Ah! Clearly, being a Yoko with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Well... Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you Yoko detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Yeah, they won't stop saying that word, Jam. And also, I've never even seen something described as yokel. I'm guessing it means, like, bumpkin or something. What does yokel mean? Uneducated, unsophisticated from the countryside. Yep, okay. How fun. You thought it was yokai? Oh, of course. What? It is funny that, It is funny that if What's-His-Face hadn't given us that random newspaper article, they would have been up the creek. If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately. So which one is the Detective Prince? Jordan? We are playing as not the main character right now, which I miss him, but I'm also happy to see Susato back. She's fully Mulaning, though, pretending to be a boy. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence. You yokel student and yokel professor! So it's this one. She's so the one we're playing as is the judicial assistant of the MC, but she couldn't be a lawyer in the court of Japan, so she's pretending to be a boy. But she is who we're playing as, yes. Yeah, reading this in the old voice would have been suffering. Yeah, there's a few animations that they do, like, every trial situation. There's also, like, the looking around nervously, and then there's the point. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions. No! Yujin Mikutoba? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in the newspaper, please. We love the point, though, Jordan. It pains me to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell me that... Do you mean to tell the court that the report of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say. Very toxin. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna repoint the finger at Ray. Huh! Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father! Tuh! A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. He is. With the fan. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray. Mbami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Saseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? Yeah, he's having an episode. I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So, I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. Okay. The victim. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman. Miss Giselle Brett. That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know. I can't stand dainty English people. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me and collapsing on the floor. Diamond stirring the pots. I'll deal with Tom later, in the VOD. Sorry, Tom. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything pass Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one way for the poison to have entered her body, on the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have had a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here. In this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. I'm starting to suss Soseki a little bit. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge. But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence. And it is very much conclusive. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Aochi. Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself! Well, that doesn't prove anything. That's just her removing the knife. Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable. Who the fuck took the picture? Yeah, good one! One of Soseki's cameramen, that's who. This evidence more than any other reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. I I don't believe it. It's just her removing the knife. How is that conclusive evidence at all? Order, order, order! Counsel for the defense. Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice has yet to break? These yokels are slow to mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. The incriminating photograph has been added, okay. I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve this entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray.
Objection!
Cogent. Let's assume, based on context, it means incriminating, convincing... Cogent. Clear, logical, and convincing. That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. No, it's a good question, actually. Oh.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. Oh! I will uphold the defense's demand. Prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. It was Susato. I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? See, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Goodness. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced the print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment, because you knew it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Yeah, it's 1800 Photoshop. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste the court's time with your ramblings. Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim, and the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. No. Susato. This is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph... Okay, so wait. Are they inside? So this beach hut is enterable from the back. That's how somebody sneak attacked her. And it was probably... Soseki. Or Soseki's cameraman. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Ouchi in a court of law. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, Counsel?
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took the photograph, and the truth is, I have the answer. Aw, she did the Naruhodo thing. This isn't about whether or not I can come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print. Uh-oh. Low battery took the photo. Is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. Well, no, you can't possibly! But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe that you could... However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What? Is there a watermark? No, there's not. Yeah, the crack in the lens. I can't do anything with it, though. So I'll have to wait for the game to ask me.
Very well, Counsel. Present your proof to the court.
Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery of the mystery?
Dots.
Ta-da! Crack. A crack.
The vent.
A crack.
What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all.
Babbles! Hello! Happy Sunday. You're joining us for Ace Attorney... Great Ace Attorney 2, Episode 1, and it's actually been very good so far. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely... Yeah, that stood out to me when we were first looking at it. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right side. Yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens. Ah, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like. You're gonna like this game, Fables, because the main character is an us character. We just don't have him yet. We're playing as his assistant for the first chapter.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at that university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph... Ouchie is a lot, yeah. I think this is his only case, Jam. Jam, do you remember the main prosecutor in this game? He's like that hot vampire guy who's totally, like, unhinged. Yeah, this is the MC. Fables. How can I forget? I know, he's amazing. I can't wait till he comes back. So anyways, for those of you that are just joining us, we are solving the mystery of who killed this lady, who was also a character from the first Great Ace Attorney, and is actually a convicted murderer. However, she was from Great Britain, so they couldn't touch her in Japan. She was about to go to a court of law, of British law, and was killed the day before in an island beach house.
Oh dear.
Our good friend, Ray Membami, is the, defendant. She is the #1 suspect. This guy is coming for her because he's the prosecution. We are currently playing as our female judicial assistant to the MC, who's pretending to be a boy. She's cosplaying as a boy, so that she can be recognized as a lawyer for her friend in this case. Now, if you look closely at this photograph, so we were talking about this earlier, Jam. I think this has to be like late 1800s, early 1900s. I think it might be Meiji era Japan. They have photographs. I don't know what year photographs were a thing. You know what? We're gonna Google this right now. We're gonna put this to bed. What year did photographs come out in Japan? 1848, okay. It might actually say, what year is Great Ace Attorney set in? Okay, so one person says, during the ending of GAA 1-4, so that's Soseki Natsume's trial, since he's based on a real person, I realized that Soseki Natsume was an actual person. He turned 33 in the year 1900, which means this game started in 1899, making most of the game take place in 1900, the end of the 19th century. Okay. Well, there we have it. I would like to say, though, we ballparked correctly. Using nothing but my amazing historical knowledge. And Google. Good gracious! Yes, exactly. The same pattern of lines is present on this photograph, too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Ha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council. That's quite remarkable. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photos. With the photographic device? Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken by the same camera. But, there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital! It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in was featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What? Whoa! What was that? I see why you were called a raucous England returnee. What are you yelling about? You've already testified! It's Mini Mimo, I tell you! Mini Mimo! Memo! Memo! Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say many memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Many Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah, now that he mentions it. Yes, right there. I noticed him. And he has purple on his hand. Why does he have the purple? Mini memo. Could that same reporter be... A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Many Memo. You're saying this picture was taken by Many Memo? Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Meh. Many Memo! Oh my. Okay. (3/21/2022). Holy shit. Started in September 2021. That is crazy. I'm sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray? You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. Not this, Dots. So, I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. So, if this is what happened, then how did the actual killer get their hands on the poison? Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet, I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know? Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Drag me! Susato! I'm sorry, after I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no.
I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. Yeah, they might be ordering Taco Bell. So who was the culprit? We're at like a halftime, I think, Rosen. But it seems like the cameraman of Soseki is like prime suspect. Which I called. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing to the floor in front of me, the knife in her back. So why did she have the pen? And the pen could have had poison in it? It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There's no one else. I just don't understand how she possibly could have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I mean, it's pretty evident the fact that there was a photo of you taken from that angle means that the back of the hut was just like... It was just like... hay or something, and they just pushed it through and went... But I still don't know how they got the poison. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said that you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. Trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes, without the chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Special indicator solution for a new poison under development by my father's team, been created in strict secrecy, and exists only in my father's laboratory. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. It's the newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Saseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swanned in and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there." It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison. Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This Memo-san. By the way, what? Oh, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then, presumably, he posted it, anonymously, to the police. Ah! Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel! We've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes! Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything, so I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, you guys, before we get into the next part of this. I need to just get up and stretch. I'll do a little bathroom break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Well now. I am back. And it is time. I was just looking at, John showed me a tweet that apparently Kodaka has a new game that's going to be released soon. And the cover / splash art looks amazing. Did you guys already take a look at this? My visual novel pals? Look at that. First of all, it's Kodaka and the Zero Escape guy whose name escapes me, Uchikoshi, right? Uchikoji. I never can say it right. But anyways, please do better than Raincoat did. That's really all I'm going for here. Just do better than Raincoat did. Anyways, yeah, that's very, very exciting news. Why do they always include one horrifying looking character? You want a Coco head? Well, look no further, Diamond, because there is definitely a Coco head on that art. Bottom right. If that's the main character in the middle, amazing design. And the boy with white hair looks cool, so. And Melanie Martinez is featured too. That's really generous of them. Anyway. Oh, it's time for us to resume this trial. Yeah, I'm so happy that she's finally getting recognition. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Membami. Prosecutor Auchi, have you summoned the new witness? Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I just have some very important news to share. Oh? What news? He's gonna say the knife wasn't poisoned. And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter. One of the games has a victim named Deadman. Unbelievable. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instruction, of course. I had the Regents delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to embrace ourselves for the inevitable. And, Counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere among its blade. What? Are you sure about that? It's the pen, then. I would stake the reputation of the police on it. On with the Regent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. Okay, the murder weapon has been entered in the court record. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Now the prosecution is ready to call the new witness. Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. I love the dramatic. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case, How could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Greaten Many Memo of the Show You News. I'm what people like to call a journo. What's a journo, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of the news. Oh, so, it was you who took the photograph, was it? Well, well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Oh, brace yourselves, people! Many Memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? I know his sideburns, those mutton chops. Right then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Ouchi. That's Taketsuchi Ouchi! That so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness! Yes. What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with and fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many-memoism. Many-memoism? Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, that's right. That was me, Many-Memo, again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Show You News offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Is Brett's words? A criminal left to do as she pleases. Just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's stories so I could hammer her in the press. You mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
Thank you, Many Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. It couldn't be this easy. Beach Hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there was plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. No. My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Reed screens, you say? Right! You can see them clearly through the great shot I snapped. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from the start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it? Or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. So, okay. This is actually sort of complicated now. Because I think it's actually too simple to say he stabbed her through the reeds. Because they just said that there was no poison on the knife. Is this the new one? No. This is one that came out in 2021, and we played the first game of 2 that are on it, and we are now picking up the second one in 2024. Okay, so how did she get poisoned? The pen. The pen had poison in the ink cartridge area. There was also wine on the scene. Is that relevant? We don't really know yet. Hi, Etir. So we aren't sure about the way that this all played out yet. Etir's drunk? Probably. She's Magikarping. She's proving it. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's many memoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency! Wonderful! Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why, then, was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses! Very well, then. Counsel, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
Alright, let's do it. Beach Hut was made of shoddy, old reed screens, so there was plenty of gaps I could see inside.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place? Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman. Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people! He's painting the journo as a voyeur. It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera, and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge. Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy. Sorry? To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even many-memoism, it's basic journalism. Only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness. What sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all clear as day. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Hold it!
Yeah, I do like him. So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut. Yup. And she was raging like my journo spirit. And the argument you mentioned. What was it about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying it on her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. Oh, God. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. And the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on the similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Why do you find the journalist handsome? I think everybody kind of likes him. Many Memo-chan? Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames quick as a flash. I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked a lens through for a perfect shot.
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice. Ha! Obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where. Which you think would make you reflect on what you were doing. No, a journo's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on! Did he just make that line up? The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And his photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more to be said. He claims to have spied the whole affair from the start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? If that's how you feel, I suggest that you press him on everything he said. Right. I actually missed one of the things he said, and I need to press it. Right, so we pressed that. Press that. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor and stabbed her. Right. We need to press that. Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ah, the precise moment? I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. Does he have arm hair? I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Oh yeah, I see the line, Steven. Also, I think the ink on his hand might end up being, significant. Right you are! It's all here in my many memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. I know, I was like, I also have arm hair, so Steven, you will get no support from me here. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. Oh? The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. Oh. Wait. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe is a grim scene. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says. By the way, many memo-san. Whilst you were watching the terrible scene unfold before your eyes through a gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. No, he did not. He's ML Laika. I didn't know. So, you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? He's guilty. He's guilty for sure. And I know why. So he was the one reporting on the interview when Mikotoba told, what's-his-face? Stupid I am a cat guy, about the poison. So he's the one that took the poison. He filled it up in a pen, and he emptied the pen's ink onto his hand, which you can see visibly. So he entered the little canister where you put the ink onto his skin for some reason, And then he filled it with poison. And then he put it in the... He dripped the pen into the wine that she was drinking. She drank it and collapsed. I don't know where the knife plays this. Maybe he stuck her with the knife. I actually have no idea. But he's definitely guilty. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you... I will grant the defense's requests. Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many-memoism. But I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer. Right. So now we already read all this. I think I need to review the court record now, though. Yes, this must be the victim's blood. Oh dear, blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a top hat and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Couldn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Okay. So there's nothing new to glean from this. I think we have to press his most recent statement and see where that goes. Okay, B-Shot was made of shoddy screens. We already pressed this. We already pressed this. Already pressed this. Did I already press this? I actually don't know. Pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. I never once set foot in the hut, nor did I speak.
Hold it!
Really, you didn't set foot inside the hut at all. Are you quite sure about that? I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We are talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already. Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you. Yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Many-memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time, in those instances, many-memoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on! Surely he's making all this up. Okay. Shot was made. Yep. Throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. Did we press this? I don't think I did. The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure, but why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police? That's a great question. I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth. I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident. Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic many-memoism. It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. Oh my. That's it. That's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed. There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though. By your own admission, you were outside the hut. Now then, did you manage to take the photography? Yes, that! I'm glad you asked! You wouldn't have needed to take a step inside the hut, so there's no way. I'm actually not sure what to counter here. It's not obvious like the last time. Yeah, I pressed everything. Right, okay. Sitting on the stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulls out a knife.
Hold it!
Yeah, we already read this. He's so weird about this. Stool at the back of the hut. Right. Next moment I was watching. Entered the hut. I mean, that part is different. That they, like, got to the middle. English girl went for the student, but girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. Yeah, I feel like that's what I need to...
Into the truth!
Yeah. Right. Yeah, not this camera from 1900. Wait. You can't see here if she's holding the pen or not. Huh. Hold apart the rough weave. Poke the lens through for the perfect shot. You can see it there. Never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. Do I have anything that can refute that? No, right? I don't even know why he's saying that. Like, no. Yeah, I'm a little stumped here. I'm not sure... Like, everything he's saying is just his story. I don't, like... Are there footprints somewhere? These look kind of like footprints. I'm just gonna present this and see what happens.
Objection!
The witness statement is definitely contradicted by this piece of evidence. Is that so, counsel? Then perhaps you'd care to explain. Yeah, this is the text you get when you fuck up. Yep. Yeah, I'll let you guys know. Right, the music stops. That's right, that's right. Huh. I hate that they make you go through this dialogue every time you just listen to all the statements again. Right. So, okay, there would be footprints. If what he said is true, there would be footprints showing that they ran, like, swapped places like that. I'm gonna present this as evidence against the one where he says that she stabbed her and knocked her down.
Objection!
And I'm wrong. Ah, man. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. I've got my camera ready to click. Pull apart the rough weave in one of the screens, poke the lens through for the perfect shots. It's gotta be this. This one we had to press to get him to say this at all. So I'm led to think that this is what I need to refute somehow, but, like, nothing refutes this. Did I already use this against this statement? I actually have no idea. I think I did. I think this was the first thing I tried, right? Ah, crap. Okay. Well, maybe he couldn't have known the layout of the beach house so intricately if he never walked in?
Objection!
Damn it. What the fuck? Shit.
Objection!
No. Oh no, I'm down to one thing? I have no idea. Am I contradicting the wrong statement? Yeah. T-shirt was made of shoddy old... Yeah. That... We can't contradict that. Right, because that one we had to, like, unlock him saying it. But no piece of evidence contradicts this.
Hold it!
I'm pressing it. Again. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes. It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot. Hey, okay. I have to choose right next time. I got no clue, though. I tried both photographs and the chart. So, like, what else even... Like, there's nothing on the knife, right? Just blood. Hmm. You think you figured it out? I'm like reviewing all the evidence right now just to make sure. So there's this. I don't know what that's about. RM. Wait, what's his name? Oh shit! It's the pen. His name is Ray something many memo, which is what the pen has.
Objection!
Many memo-san. Until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there! We almost died.
The press don't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. In a way, that's more many-memoism. Did you figure out what the logo on the pen was? Right, I had to think about it. I was like, wait, his initials aren't the same, are they? And then I'm like, oh, they fucking are. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Many-Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ah! This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you... If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused. Remembami. It is a coincidence. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM? No! Raiten Many-Memo. RM. Oh my god! If I had paid attention to his armband, we would have solved this 10 minutes ago.
Yes.
Wow. Well, yeah, we didn't die to it, but it definitely took me a second. That's horse dung! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many-memoism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain that you apparently didn't wash off of your skin for days. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey tongue! Many-Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett at the beach hut? Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse! Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need to anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. Clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... There's an emblem. As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Many-Memo-san. Oh! Goodness me! It's the emblem of the Shoyu News! In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Many-Memo-san, how do you respond? No! Order, order, explain yourself, witness. So, This is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Show You News reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. And I lied about it, for no reason at all in the previous statement. An interview. You never mentioned this before! When exactly was this? As I said, it was before the evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And, as we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook this meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, alright, but... One condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back an earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves, it's not a harmless one. It's big. What? I would kind of live if this got turned around onto Natsume, but there's no way this guy didn't do it. Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Yeah, let's pull a Geo real quick and be gay. Actually, if it's Soseki being gay, Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Soseki-san, hiding something? Jesus. The witness's secrets. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. Is that what he said? That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. I mean to say the victim. The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question. That's, true, yes. He did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. The answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous! Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation! Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut? Okay.
asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss.
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life. That's not the way I phrased it. Many memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Every question, as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's best that way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Whew, that told me, so I waltzed right out of there. Yeah, right. Really, something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's best that way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed by the other witnesses come running. Oh, and the other witnesses come running.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Many memoists will tell you that. Let them think you've left, and then just when they lower their guards, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we've managed to identify the witness. And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please go ahead, witness. This court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm gonna tell it. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help.
Hold it!
So Soseki-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yup. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars, they'll come for me surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. Poor Soseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply. As the world seemed closed in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Yeah, that case was bleh. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when this writer man asked the woman a very significant question. What question? What exactly did he say? Well, now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer-san? Man? Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge, building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. And then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray. I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? It's gonna be something stupid like, are you a zombie?
I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... when in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence. Or reticence. I demand that you amend your testimony. I will. I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
This is one of the better VNs you've seen since Danganronpa. Yeah, Sionis. Playing this after playing Inescapable and Steins Gate, it's like... So you tried to find out who the culprit was. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Never mind.
Oh, thank you.
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever! Ooh. It's kind of... However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stoop and mustache, and because I'm Japanese. Oh dear. Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Writer Man? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. Can I look at my... I can't look at my court. I want to look at the people. Remind me, guys, what is the full name of, Reporter Chan? Many Memo, what's the first name? Rai-ten. Shit. I was hoping it was Ray-ten. Because if she said Ray, then it could mean Ray Membame or Ray-ten. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant. Oh.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but... when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. So, okay, something also is not checking out about his story. if he saw the crime happen from behind, how did he enter through with Soseki? No. Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But, fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course, the Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling. Everything was a blur. Thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it! Unclear! I'm very, very unclear. She could have been pointing at the wine if it was poisoned. Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger was wavering slightly, but there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of the assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction of the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed the crime. I am inclined to agree, and in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No. No! Headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyer's hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Impossible, though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how the events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting in the back of the hut listening to what I was saying, and then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. So, the gallant yokel student's luck has finally run out. Can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim?
Objection!
Curious, by the way, guys. I do have dinner here. How much longer is this trial? Because we haven't talked about how the pen was loaded with poison. We're about to get that she was stabbed through reeds. If it's going to be a bit longer, I might have to look for, like, an interim point. You still got a little bit to go. I think before we get into more, because I feel like my line of thinking is pretty correct. Yeah, there's still a chunk left. I think I would rather end it there so I can have my food. And, I mean, we've been going for 9.5 hours too. So, why don't I make a save? Yeah, I think, why don't we rest it there? We'll review all the shit at the start of Saturday's segment, right? We'll be doing this again next Saturday. Which I think Saturday is going to be when we try to do our first ever subathon, so that will be a experience. But yeah, I'm gonna cap it there for the night, guys. I think yeah, these can be a little long, but very good for a session with the game. It's good to be back. And thank you guys for watching. I will be live again tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be doing E7 and Symphony of War. I think Tuesday is going to be our off day this week. So, expect the schedule to be posted tomorrow. We'll be live again tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night.